Okay, Canucks Nation, Brandon Alston here, play-by-play for the Abby Canucks. You've got it locked in the line change, the Vancouver Canucks podcast.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the latest watch party. Colorado, LA is just getting underway. Apologies for the slight little delay. Apparently, they delayed the Colorado LA Kings game, but we're already started right here, and I got it right here in front of me. Whistle. Just had a face-off to the left of, I believe it's Wedgwood who's in net, I believe. Let me actually look. For those of you just tuning in, the Buffalo-Boston game just ended. I actually just caught the end of it. Buffalo ends up winning by a score of 6-1 in that one. But here we go. Puck fired in on Wedgwood for a nice save there. Quick little whistle here. LA already with one shot on goal in this one. All right. Face off here. All right, waiting for the... Come on now, drop the puck. Come on. Loud boos coming from the LA crowd is a false start. You know, Kempe now in to take the draw. Won by Nelson. Colorado dumps it down to center ice. Now here comes Colorado. Shot wide. They're saying the puck went out of play here. All right, we got Anton Forsberg starting for the Kings. Nathan MacKinnon in to take the faceoff against Byfield. MacKinnon wins it to the point. Shot by Makar, saved. Or looks like it was actually blocked. My apologies. Here you go, Colorado with it. Oh, puck escapes the zone. Colorado with it. Up the boards. Circled around to center ice. And Kings dump it down into the Colorado zone. Here we go. Kings with it in the corner. Popped out in front. Great chance there by LA. Puck went to the corner. Kings cycle it around the boards to the point. Doughty. Dangling. Shot goes wide, and it looks like it goes out of play. So already some great chances for LA to start this game. Scott Wedgwood, of course, getting the start for the Avalanche. A perfect 3-0 record in this series, of course. Yeah, great chance by Laferriere, who, Laferriere puts it wide. All right, face off. Won by the Kings. Blast, saved by Wedgwood. Another big save by Wedgwood. Both CC and Lawton with great chances there for LA. Already now 3 shots on goal for LA Kings about 2 minutes into this one. Obviously, the Kings are fighting for their lives in this one. So they're coming out swinging in this one to start things off. Right. LA keeps it in. Malott around the boards. Big hit in the corner, and Colorado is able to regain possession of the puck. All right, Doughty skating up. Here comes the Kings. Over. Colorado is able to regain it, and they clear it to center. Now here comes Colorado. Escapes the hit there. LA gets it again. LA with it. And they dump it down into the Avalanche zone. Big hit in the corner again. Puck battle in the corner. There we go. Puck around the boards. Colorado gets it. Around the net. Malinsky up. Took a hit too. Oh. There we go. Brent Clark with it. Shoots it up. Panarin with it. Passes it up to Kopitar. Thought that may have been offside there, but I guess not. Colorado regains possession of the puck. Oh, no. LA, puck loose. McKinnon, picked off. Here comes Byfield. Cross ice, goes all the way down to the King zone. Forsberg plays it to the side. Now here comes LA again. McCarr up. Up. McKinnon. Shot. Saved by Forsberg. There we go. LA breaking it out. Dump it down into the Colorado zone. Colorado regains it. Colton shot. Save. Forsberg thought it may have squeaked by, but he makes the save. And we have a whistle. So far, shots are 3-1 for LA now, with 15:44 left in this first period. Yeah, great saves by Wedgwood there earlier on, making two big saves. All right, face off to the left of Forsberg. False start there. All right, face-off won by the Avalanche. Burns with a shot blocked. Colton with a shot. Looked like that was blocked as well. Here come the Kings. Trying to break it out through center. Avalanche regain possession of the puck. Down into the LA zone. Burns with it. Kings. Landeskog battling for it in the corner. Big hit by the Kings. And the Kings are able to get it out. Puck dumped down into the Avalanche zone. Colorado with it behind the net. Pass out. Avalanche trying to play it behind the net again. Now here comes Colorado. They dump it down into the LA zone. Hellenius goes down, and it looks like there's going to be a penalty on the Colorado Avalanche. Looks like potentially tripping on Nick Waugh. So LA is going to go to the power play early in this one. Yeah, got the stick into the legs of Hellenius there. All right, here we go. LA going on to the power play. Let's see what they can do with it here. Kopitar in to take the face off. LA wins it. LA Cycling the puck around. Panarin with it. Over. Adrian Kempe now with it. Back to the point. Off a stick. Tried to shoot it down, but that went off a Colorado stick, it looked like it. Clark. Dumped down. Kings are 3 for 13 on the power play in this series. So, Laferriere in front. Off the crossbar. Clark. Laferriere with it. Shot saved by Wedgwood. I almost said Blackwood there. Yeah, great chance there for LA early on in that power play. Shots are now 4-2 for LA. Yeah, looking at this. Yeah, great defensive play there by Makar, able to bat the puck out of midair there. All right. Colorado breaks it out. Oh, LA steals it. But Laferriere there. Panarin around the boards to Clark, to Kopitar. Colorado is able to intercept it, and they clear it all the way down the ice. Less than a minute left on the power play for LA. Here we go. LA dumps it down. Colorado rings it around the boards. Stopped at the point. Kempe shot. Doughty to Panarin. Lehkonen really hounding him there. And Lehkonen's able to get it out. 20 seconds left on this power play for the Kings. Here come the Kings. Byfield shot wide. Back out to center and now into LA zone. Less than 10 seconds left on the power play. Now here comes Scott Laughton. Pat drops it back. Brian Dumoulin now breaks it in. Power play's over. Back to full strength. So the Kings are now 0 for 1 on the power play. Oh. Dumoulin spills there. Loses control of the puck. Puck goes all the way down to the Avalanche zone. And that's icing. All right. So already shots are 5-2 in favor of the Kings to start this thing off. Yeah, what a great defensive play there by Arturi Lehkonen on Panarin. Who, of course, scored the game-winning shorthanded goal in Game 3 with 12:21 remaining. Now face off to the right of Forsberg. All right, false start there. I'm going to redo it now. Face off, won by LA. Puck dumped down to center ice. Colorado with it. Pass up. Here's Landeskog. Battling for it. Back to the point. Makar. There's McKinnon. Off a skate. Shot wide by Natchez. Here's Nathan McKinnon. LA is able to get it back, and they dump it down to center ice. Here comes Makar. Pass up to Natchez. Over to Taves, but it looks like it went off his skate. Puck around the boards. LA with it. Colorado changing right now. So LA with it behind the net. Up the boards. And looks like it's going to be offside for the Kings. 11 minutes, 15 seconds left in this first period. We're going to our first commercial break here. For those of you here, thank you for being here. While we go with this commercial break, let's actually take a look at the Buffalo game that I mentioned earlier. Let's go to the scoreboard here. Of course, part of this triple header, we're going to be doing the Canadiens Lightning game. That should start around roughly 4 p.m., so in a couple hours or so. And then, of course, we're going to finish things off with the Oilers and Ducks, a series that we've paid a lot more attention to compared to the others. But, yeah, is it not showing? Why is it not showing the Sabres? I wonder if it's because it's over, maybe. Let's see if this will show it up. So, yeah, as you guys can see, Sabres end up decimating Boston by a final score of 6-1. They now lead the series 3-1. So, and game 5 will be, I believe they said Tuesday in Buffalo. So, KeyBank Arena is going to be absolutely a rockin' for that one. So, yeah, Buffalo wins that one 6-1. It was 6-0 until like the final seconds of the third period before Boston is able to end the shutout bid for Alex Lyon. They, of course, scored the lone goal with a few seconds left in the game. So the Buffalo Sabres win this one 6-1, and we're gonna get back to the LA and Avalanche game here. Let's get back to here. All right. Colorado with it. Fire it around the boards. Pass back to the point. Colorado's able to keep it in. The point. Shot. Looks like that puck went wide. Big hit behind the net there. Colorado on LA. LA is able to clear it. And LA with it. Shot. Goes wide. Back to the point. LA with it. Looks like there's a penalty coming up. So it's looking like it's going to be maybe Colorado getting a penalty here. Is it? Yeah, Colorado is getting a penalty. Looks like maybe for interference. So LA is going to go on the power play once again. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, looks like that was the call right there. To the left of Wedgwood, Blankenberg. So, yeah, LA is going to the power play again. And Colorado is able to dump it all the way down right away. Shots are now 6-2 in favor of LA. Now, actually, correction, make that 6-3. Now here come the Kings. Breaking it up. Around the boards. Kopitar with it. Panarin now. Panarin with it. Oh, pass intercepted, and Avalanche sent it all the way back down the ice. LA now. Drop pass. Here comes Kopitar. And I guess I forgot to start my poll. There you go. LA with it. Brent Burns clears it, goes all the way down to the LA zone. Forsberg just holds it there. Here's Clark, drop pass. Here comes Byfield. Byfield round the boards. There we go. To the point. LA keeps it in, and that puck's out of play. 34 seconds left on this power play for LA. A reminder for this poll for those of you in the YouTube chat, type a 1 if you think the Colorado Avalanche are going to win here tonight, or type a 2 if you think the LA Kings are going to win game 4 here tonight. And, fingers crossed, this poll actually works this time. I know I had issues with it yesterday. All right, face off to the right of Wedgwood. Won by the Kings. Puck to the point. Around the boards behind the net. Pass back. Colorado is able to get it out of their zone. LA collecting here. Here comes LA. Byfield breaking it in. Less than 10 seconds left on the power play. Excuse me. Woo. All right, power play is over. So the Kings are now 0 for 2 on the power play to start this one. Back to even strength. Doughty with it. Moves the puck up. Down into the Avalanche zone. Malinsky hit there on Byfield. Or no, not Byfield. Whoever number Wright. Wright with it. Ooh, big hit. Natchez avoids the hit there. LA. CC is being hounded by Natchez there. Puck battle in the corner. Still back. Colorado gets it. Hellenius with the block. Puck exits the zone, goes all the way down, and it's going to be icing on the LA Kings. All right. Quick little commercial there. Or, mini commercial, as I like to call them. So far, shots are 6-4 in favor of LA. 7:23 left in the first period now. Face off to the left of Forsberg. Kadri with it to the point. Taves dumps it down. Kadri with it. Fighting it off. Burns over to Taves. Shot. Yeah, looks like there's going to be a penalty. I think there's going to be a penalty called on LA for interference. Looks like it's going to be Dumoulin for interfering with Arturi Lehkonen. Oh, yeah, that's interference right there. All right, going to a commercial break here. Once again, a reminder, you guys can vote who you guys think is going to win Game 4 here tonight. Type a 1 for if you think the Colorado Avalanche are going to win. Type a 2 in the chat if the LA Kings are going to win in this one. So quick little commercial break. Here, and we'll get back going. Add me a little Timbit here. All right, let's take a look at so far 3 penalties in this one. Law for the Avalanche for tripping, and then 2 interference calls, one on Blankenberg and one on Dumoulin. Referees in this one are Graham Skilitter and Frederick Lukier. Apologies if I mispronounced his name there. And then your linesmen are Bevan Mills and David Breezewall. And of course, it's in LA, so we're at Crypto.com Arena. I will always know it as Staples Center. I don't know about you guys, but I will always see it as the Staples Center. So yeah. Colorado is about to go to their first power play. Let's see if they can do something with it. Oh, Nathan MacKinnon scores on the power play. So I'm a little behind on the goal here, at least on my broadcast. MacKinnon on a one-timer, and Colorado has a 1-0 lead. 6:47 left in the first, and Colorado is up by 1. They break the ice, and of course it's Nathan MacKinnon. There we go. Just taking a look at the replay here. One-timer, and then, just dribbles past Forsberg. Looks like it goes maybe 5-hole. Nice little celebration there from MacKinnon. Puck is dropped now. Colorado with it in their zone. Shots are now 6-5 in favor of LA. 6.5 minutes left in this. And that looks like it's going to be icing on Colorado. MacKinnon with his 56th career postseason goal. We all face off to the right of Wedgwood. Colorado fires it down into the LA zone. Puck around the boards. Chopped. Colorado gets it out to center ice. Dumped down. Kopitar around the net. Puck dumped down to center ice. Colorado intercepts it. They dump it down in on Forsberg. And Kelly with it in the corner. Spins around. It's getting hounded there by Mikey Anderson. Puck battle in the corner. Looks like it's between their skates there. Pile up there along the side. Colorado gets it. Burns shot, saved by Forsberg. Burns with it again. Another shot wide. Oh, Drury with a centering pass, but nobody there. LA regains control of it. Here comes Panarin. Out of the reach of Byfield, around the boards. Avalanche. LA back in their own zone. Start breaking it out. Shot around the boards. Here we go. MacKinnon with it. Cross. Malinsky with a shot off a stick, and that goes out of play. Shots are now 7-6 in favor of Colorado now. 4:26 left in the first period as we go to another commercial break here. Right now, as you mentioned, the shots, LA right now out hitting the Avalanche 9-4. Faceoffs are 9-7 in favor of LA. Of course, LA is 0-2 on the power play, while the Avalanche are 1-1 with the Nathan MacKinnon goal. Colorado with 5 giveaways, and LA with 3. Takeaways are 2-1 in favor of the Avalanche. Block shots are 4-3 in favor of the Kings so far in this one. Of course, that goal by Nathan MacKinnon, assisted by Kadri and Gabriel Landeskog at 13-13 of the first period on the power play. Once again, you guys can vote in the poll. If you guys haven't already. Oh, Irvin, what's up, buddy? I'm watching on Sportsnet Plus on my iPad. And yeah, it's like 30 seconds behind, unfortunately. So I do have the Sportsnet in the along the bottom here, so I can, and I have it extremely big so I can actually see when the goal happens. So still something I'm trying. There we go. All right, we're getting ready to come back here from the commercial. All right, I'm going to move the iPad over to this side. There we go. There we go. There we go. Puck in the corner. You know, puck on the boards. You know, Colorado with it to the point. Shot. It's tipped. Saved by Forsberg. Yeah, hopefully for next season, I can get myself a second monitor and I can actually have it like up here. And I can actually, you know, look up while I'm watching. So, but this is the best I can do for right now. Yeah. There you go. Upside. It's going to be a face-off to the left of Forsberg. Colorado wins it to Makar. Puck down low in the corner. Nate's just getting hounded there. Puck. McKinnon with it. Beat out in front. Went wide. Nate just with it. Shot on down to Forsberg, who just covers it up for a whistle. Colorado now out shooting the Kings now. Yeah, I also got tired of Sportsnet being faster than me when it comes to the goals. So yeah, that's one thing I decided to change. All right, face off to the left once again of Forsberg. There you go. Oh, looks like offside for LA. Oh, looks like Trevor Moore there was the one who was slightly offside. Shots are now 9-6 in favor of Colorado. 3:12 left in the first period. You know. There you go. I'll start. Nelson gets kicked out of the faceoff. Couldn't really see who won that one, but Colorado has the puck now. All right, here comes Colorado. Takes it into the LA zone. Shot. Looked like that may have been blocked or shot from the point around the net. Now LA collects the puck and starts breaking it out. Kempe with it. Puck around the boards. Into the corner. Colorado gets the puck. Out to center ice. Now LA has it again. Back in their own zone. Yeah. LA up to now 15 hits now in this one. Here comes Colorado. Puck dumped down into the corner. Dumoulin there. And Drury. Quick shot. Great save by Forsberg. Parker Kelly with the shot. And Kings are offside. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Hellenius in there. Milat and Blankenberg are going at it. Looks like O'Connor's in there too. Not Drew O'Connor. Here we go. Looks like there's going to be a fight. Fight between Milat and Drury. And Milat takes him down. So a little over 2 minutes left in the first period, and we got some rough stuff here. Some words exchanged between Drury and Milat. Now Helena is going after Kelly. Big scrum going on here. Drury. Oh no, that's Kelly. Yeah. Looks like referees might start handing out 10 minutes just to get control of this. You know, waiting for the referees to get control here. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of them, they're just going to tell them, get going. Huge size difference between Milat and Blankenberg. And then Drury's the one who came in after Milat. Yeah, both Milat and Drury still had their gloves on when they were going at it. So it looks like Drury's in the box. Parker Kelly's on the bench. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier. Kind of wish I had done that game. That was so early. But yeah, Sabres absolutely dog walked the Bruins in that one. 6-1. And now it's going back to Buffalo. So, Buffalo is going to be pumped for that one. And, for sure they're going to try and end that series on Tuesday in Buffalo. Yeah, I saw Cats and Rats had that one. So that had to have been a really good one for Cats and Rats and Kirby and the gang. So looks like LA Turcotte is going to serve the extra penalty for Milat. So it looks like Colorado is going to get a power play here with 2:02 left in the first period. So, I will. Permitting I don't pass out like I did last night after the doubleheader. I either end up passing out right after I finish streaming. So we'll see. There we go. Buck down into the Avalanche zone. Yeah. And as we mentioned earlier, Colorado 1-for-1 on the power play, and they only had the one shot on that power play, and it went in the net. So there's Makar around the boards, and the puck goes all the way down to the Colorado zone. You know, Nathan MacKinnon with it, breaking it out through center, drop pass. Here comes Natchez, broken up by LA. Center ice. MacKinnon. Kadri. Puck behind the net, behind the LA net. Back to the point. There's Makar. Over to MacKinnon. Back to MacKinnon. There's MacKinnon behind the net. Marty Natchez with it. Back to MacKinnon. Shot. Loose puck. And it squirts out. And LA clears it. 30 seconds left in this first period. Colorado with it in their zone. Natchez with it. Here comes Natchez through center ice. Drop pass. Back to Natchez. Oh, LA intercepted it, and it goes down into Colorado zone. All right. Up in the corner. All right. And that's the end of the period. A little bit of pushing and shoving by Lawton and Nelson. So end of the first period, Colorado's up 1-0. Shots are 11-7. Irvin, sometime wait. Do you even want me to read that comment? I mean, I'll read this one. Brouhaha. Yeah. All right. So after one period of play, Colorado up by 1. Once again, if you guys have not yet, you guys can go ahead and vote in the poll that's up in the corner here. Type A1 if you think Colorado is going to win this one. Type A2 if you think LA is going to win this. And then we'll close the poll at the end of the second intermission. Once again, fingers crossed. Hopefully the poll actually works this time. As I said earlier, there were some issues with it yesterday. I don't know why. But yeah. So with the intermission, let's bring something up here. Actually, Urban, since you're in the chat, do you want to do the job simulator again? That was, like you mentioned, a lot of fun a couple nights ago. I don't really have anything planned for the intermissions, unfortunately. But I'm totally down for doing that. So let me bring this up. Sorry, I had to get to my keyboard here. Ouch. Let's see. Okay. But to make it fair, no connection. Okay. Okay. Can definitely do that. All right, here, let me actually do this. And we'll go here, screen share. Just waiting for it to load. There we go. Drop to simulator. Share this tab. Solo drop. All right, Urban, I'll let you pick your team first. So go ahead, pick your team. All right, Irvin, go ahead, pick your team, and I'll pick mine. All right, so Irvin's going with Florida. There's Florida. And we'll do 2 rounds. Or, you know what? We'll do 1 round. Who am I going to pick? What? I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with Calgary. There we go. I'm going to make sure the lottery runs. Simulate lottery. Oh, wow. Nashville moves up to first, up 10 spots. I'm in second. And the Canucks are down to 3. Where is Florida? Oh, man. Florida's 9th. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Sorry, I have this super big. All right, now let me adjust the size. Urban, boo. All right, let's start. Of course, Nashville's probably going to go. Of course, they're going to go with fucking McKenna. Okay, I'm on the clock. Let's see here. I'm going to go with Chase Reed. Oh, wow. Vancouver picks Stenberg at 3. Smits, Bjork. Now, Holcher goes 6th, goes to Boston. Bierhoff goes 7th. Seattle. All right, Urban, you're on the clock. Urban, you're on the clock. Take your pick, Irv. All right, Urban's going with Carroll's. Good pick, man. I actually contemplated going with Carroll's. Like I said, he's really starting to convince me that Canucks, they're going to pick a defenseman. They should go with either Reed or Carroll's. There we go. Suvanto goes to the Sharks. Rudolph goes to the St. Louis. Belchis goes 12th. Hemming goes 14th. Novotny goes 15th. Villeneuve goes 16th. Brian Lynn goes 17th. Morozov goes 18th. Piperinen goes 19th. Robert goes 20th. Gustafsson goes 21st. Nordmark goes to the Penguins. Alexander Command goes to Boston. Ooh, Vancouver picks Preston with their 24th pick. Then Marcus Ruck goes right afterwards. Klepov all the way down to 26. Wow. Oh, and it's me now. So you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go with Liam Rupp with the 28th pick. Yeah, not bad. Let's run it again, but we'll do 2 rounds. We can pick different teams. 2 rounds. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Rangers. Who do you pick, Irv? Urban said he's going to St. Louis, right? Just to make sure. Urban, just confirming you're picking St. Louis. All right. Yeah, so Urban's going St. Louis. Where's St. Louis? There we go. All right. Run lottery. Simulate lottery. Oh, of course, Calgary goes first now that I didn't pick them. Rangers drop down to 5th. Canucks go down to third. Where's St. Louis? St. Louis is 11th. All right, start. Of course, we all know who Calgary's going to fucking pick. Of course. Wow, Seattle goes with Reed at second. Vancouver picks Stenberg. Smits goes fourth. I'm going to go with Malhotra, fifth. Carson Garrels goes sixth to Boston. Bierhoff drops down to seventh, goes to Winnipeg. Belchitz goes to Florida at eighth. Vigo Bork goes to San Jose at ninth. Tynan Lawrence goes 10th to Nashville. And you're on the clock, Irvin. This lottery is racist. Yeah, Irvin, you're on the clock with St. Louis. So Irvin's going to go with Ryan Lynn in this one. So there we go. Tuvanta goes 14th to Columbus. And Irvin, you're on the clock again with the 15th overall pick. Villeneuve. Okay, Irvin goes with that one. Washington goes with Hermanson. Gustafson goes to LA. Then Washington goes with Piperinen. Morozov goes to Utah. Mathis Preston goes 20th to San Jose. Hurlbert goes to Philadelphia at 21. Klepov goes to Pittsburgh at 22. Wyatt Cullen goes 23 to Boston. Canucks go with Nordmark. That's random. Liam Ruck goes to Montreal. Atkinson, I know this is me. Screw it, I'm going to go with Marcus Ruck at 27th. Shilov goes to Calgary. Pugachev goes to Buffalo at 29th. And then St. Louis, Urban, you're on the clock now. Your next pick. Excuse me. Urban, you're up. Give you a bit of time there. Okay, so Urban's going with Command. Good pick for sure. Desjardins goes 32nd to Ottawa. Canucks go with Jackson Cover with their first pick in the second round. Ryan Rubrick goes second to Chicago. McBeath goes to Calgary. Jonas Lagerberg-Cohen goes to Calgary as well. Mutrin goes to Chicago. Bleo goes to Olsen goes to Pittsburgh. Dredge Bell goes to Florida. Golgier Trenko goes to Columbus at 10. Connection with Axel Elofsson. Faster. All right, I'm on the clock. I have no idea who these guys are. I'm gonna go with this guy. I guess that was the last one. Okay. So I went with Caleb Malhotra with my first pick in the first round. Irvin went with Ryan Lynn with his first pick at 11th overall. I went with Marcus Ruck with the 27th overall pick. Irvin went with Alexander Command with his second first round pick. Or no, third first round picks. So he had three picks in the first round. He went with Villeneuve at 15th overall, and then I went with this guy, Victor Fyodorov, in the second round. Always with the Swedes. All right, that was a lot of fun. I'm gonna see if there's anything we can talk about. Check out Canucks Army here. Ooh, this is something new and interesting and Canucks related, I guess. So Brendan, the Canucks are set to interview Oilers assistant GM Bill Scott for their vacant GM job. This article, of course, comes to us by our good buddy David Cordrelli. Posted this earlier this afternoon, saying the Vancouver Canucks will interview Edmonton Oilers assistant GM Bill Scott for their vacant GM position over Zoom, according to a report from John Shannon. Scott, who has been with the Oilers organization since 2010-2011, has been seen as one of the frontrunners for the vacant Nashville Predators GM job. After working primarily for the Oilers AHL affiliate from 2010 to 2017, Scott was promoted to Director of Hockey Operations and Director of Salary Cap Management in 2016-2017. In 21-22, his title changed to Assistant General Manager. A convoluted path touching many roles in the organization, Scott has handled many things pertaining to the Oilers' salary cap over the years. As a member of the Oilers hockey management team, Scott's responsibilities include player and staff contract negotiations, scheduling, salary arbitration, salary cap management, and all day-to-day administrative duties. His biography on the Oilers website reads, he is also the club's liaison to the NHL regarding matters pertaining to the CBA. The Canucks' GM job became vacant, of course, after the club fired Patrick Allvin. Following the end of a disappointing regular season, President Jim Rutherford shared that he would be heading up a search for the next Canucks GM. And that process began last week with Zoom interviews. So, interesting stuff there. Canucks interviewing Oilers assistant GM Bill Scott. Let's take a look at this one. This looks like an interesting article. All right, later, Urban. Thanks for stopping by. Still at the intermission here, so I'm going to take a quick break here real quick. And then maybe we'll do this article in the second intermission for sure. But I will be right back before the start of the second period. Let's go right here. And we're back. Puck drop is about to get started here for the second period. Nice shot of Ante Kopitar right there. Could this potentially be the final game in the career of Ante Kopitar? Here we go. Puck getting ready to be dropped here. And we're underway. Kings with it. Oh, intercepted there. Colorado with it. Puck dumped down into the Kings zone. Here comes the Avalanche. Kadri. Kings regain possession of the puck. Kempe. Back to Kempe. Shot wide. There comes Colorado with it again. Puck around the boards. Colorado keeps it in, but now LA's going to be able to clear it. Puck down into the Colorado zone. Colorado picks it up. Looks like Landeskog. Byfield with it. Turns around and fires. Puck blocked. Another shot by the Kings and another block. Now here comes Colorado. Martin just shot. Kings with it. Alex Laferriere chips it into the Colorado zone. McKinnon with it. Circles back. Oh, loose play there. Puck. LA with it again. Into the corner. Nichushkin with it. Looks like someone lost a glove there for a second. Colorado clears it. Back to center. Kings are regrouping here. Rebound. How did that stay out? Wedgwood was making snow angels there. Somehow the puck stayed out. LA with a great chance there. Down to the King zone. Big hit by Doughty on Ross Colton there. Crowd looks like calling for a penalty there, but nothing came of it, and a save by Forsberg. Man, that hit by Doughty. Woo-wee. Oh, yeah. How did that not go in? CC just whiffed on it. Man. Yeah, Doughty, shoulder into the chest on Colton. Doughty's going to go off and face off to the left of Forsberg here. It's like face off won by LA. LA breaks it out. Kempe with it. Pass up. Dump down into the Avalanche zone. Colorado gets it again. Here comes Colorado. Up the boards. They're able to get it out to center. Now there's Kadri. Tries to make a move, and he gets upended in front of the net there. LA gets it out. Here comes Panarin. Dumps it down into the Colorado zone. Ooh, big hit on Lehkonen there. Here comes Colorado now. McKinnon. Stick handling it. He gets triple team there. There goes Laferriere. Pass up to Moore. Moore with it in the corner. Here we go. And the puck goes out of the Colorado end, and LA regroups, fires it back in. There we go. Here comes the Avalanche. Nathan MacKinnon. Nature's shot went wide and out of play. Shots are now 12-9 in favor of Colorado. 15:59 left in the second period now. Oh, yeah. Big hit on Kadri there. Just got upended. There we go. Face off one. LA with it. Ooh, big hit on Blankenberg there. Here comes Brock Nelson now. Center ice. Avalanche just dump it in. Nichushkin. Puck around the boards. And puck escapes zone. Colorado with it. Devon Taves. And whistle. Puck out of play. There we go. Okay, reset here. Face off to the left of Wedgwood. Face off one by Colorado. Pass out. Colorado dumps it in. LA is kept in by Colorado. Shot wide. Burns, another shot wide. LA with it in their zone. And LA is able to clear it. Oh, back down into LA zone. Brent Clark with it. Looks up ice. Pass up. Down into the Avalanche zone. Wedgwood fires it around the boards. Nick Wall with it. Oh. Linsky up. Knocking in with it. Kadri shot. Rebound. Wide. Makar shoots, scores. Colorado up 2-0. Cale Makar with the goal there. I know I was 30 seconds behind on that, but Cale Makar, the goal there. His second of the playoffs at 5:48 of the second period. Nice, roofs it up past the glove of Anton Forsberg. Or no, actually, sorry, that's stand corrected. That's below the glove, but on the glove side. So Colorado early on in this one up to a 2-0 lead. And there's a whistle. So shots are now 14-9 in favor of the Avalanche. Seeing if there's going to be an assist on that Makar goal. Nothing yet. Oh, it looks like it's going to be unassisted, according to the broadcast. I'll take their word for it. Avalanche with it. Breaking out. Dump down into the King zone. Puck battle in the corner. Colorado with it. MacKinnon with shot blocked. LA regains control of the puck. There you go. Behind the net. Puck battle. McKinnon with it. Pass up. Now here comes Colorado. Natchez. Over to McKinnon. Shot. Wide. McKinnon with a nice chance there. Malinsky. Down to Natchez. Spins away. Spins away again. And LA is able to get it down into Colorado zone. No icing. Now here comes Brock Nelson. And LA regains control of it, dumps it down to center ice. Colorado regains possession of it. Up. Now here comes Colorado. Knocked down by CC. And LA is able to get it out of the zone again. Colorado with it. Here comes Devon Taves. Shot down on Forsberg. Here comes LA in their own zone. Panarin. Colorado able to steal it and keep it. Connor taken down there. No penalty. Puck battle behind the net. LA is able to get it. LA breaks out now. There's CC. Up to Kopitar. Kopitar rings it around the boards. Puck battle in the corner. Colorado regains possession of the puck. And now here comes Colorado. Puck dumped down into the LA zone. Joel Edmondson with it. Pass up. Deflects into the Colorado zone. Colorado regains possession. Looking up ice. There we go. Comes Colorado. Kadri. Back to the point. Malinsky with a point. Kicked out by Forsberg. LA dumps it down, and that's going to be icing. 11-11 left in the second period. Shots are now 15-9 in favor of Colorado, who have a 2-0 lead in this one on goals by Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. There we go. Just a mini commercial there. Nice shot of Cale Makar right there. Face off to the right of Forsberg. McKinnon against Byfield. Byfield looks like he won the draw there. Shot down around the net. Byfield overskated it. Now here comes Colorado breaking out. Nathan McKinnon. Natchez shot blocked by Anderson, and that looked like that stung. Natchez wide open, and what a save by Forsberg. Nathan McKinnon set up Natchez there, who had a great chance, and absolute robbery from Anton Forsberg with the glove. And we're going to a commercial break here. Colorado, 2-0 lead in this game. All right, let's take a look at the game stats in this commercial break. Still, like I said earlier, still unassisted goal by Makar, but let me refresh this. All right. There we go. So shots on goal. I went over. Hits are 27-10 in favor of LA right now. Faceoffs won 15-13 for Colorado. Of course, Colorado are 1 for 2 on the power play, while the Kings are 0 for 2. Giveaways are 9 for Colorado, 5 for LA. Takeaways 2 even. Block shots 11-6 in favor of LA in this one. So far, no penalties here in the second period. We all know that's likely going to change. But in that first period, Sam Helenius got a 10-minute misconduct. 2 minutes for roughing. So did Jury. Jury got 2 minutes for roughing as well. And then Malott got 2 minutes for roughing that was served by Alex Turcotte. And I guess that 10-minute misconduct is the reason why Colorado went on the power play to start that second period. But we're coming back here from the commercial. There we go. So Artemi Panarin in this series, 2 goals and an assist for the Kings in this series against the Avalanche here. Yeah, Panarin not generating a whole lot on 5-on-5 for the Kings in this series. There you go, face off to the left of Forsberg. Colorado with it. Looks like Landeskog. Around the net, Natchez with it. To the point, Devon Taves. McKinnon shot, blocked in front. Loose puck, and the Kings are able to get it out. Halfway mark of the second period here. There we go. There we go. Colorado with it. Shot 69 for Colorado. Hits are 28-11 now for the Kings. Kings, Brent Burns with it. Pass up. Center ice. Now here's Brock Nelson. Shot wide. To the point. Shot down in. LA. Kings. Colorado with it. At center ice. Dumps it down into the LA zone. Anderson. Round the net. Kopitar. Out of the reach of Panarin. And that's going to be icing on LA. You know. Oh. You're talking about the Cale Makar goal. Looks like it there. All right, face off to the left of Forsberg. Looks like face off won by the Kings. In the corner. Puck back around the net. Looks like Kadri just got nailed by Anderson. Lehkonen with it. Pass over Malinsky. Shot wide. Colorado with it at the point. Pass down. Back to Blankenberg. A stick there. Yeah, Lehkonen was wide open there. All right, Kempe now. Blankenberg in the corner there. Battling with Panarin. Now offside on LA. That puck just squeaked over the blue line. Another commercial break here on TNT. Man. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at a preview for our next game that's coming up. Of course, that's going to be Tampa Bay and Montreal. So let's quickly take a look at that. So this is going to be our next game on this triple header. Of course, Montreal leads the series 2-1. Starting goalies look like it's going to be likely going to be Andrei Vasilevsky, and probable that it's going to be Jacob Dobish for the Montreal Canadiens. Of course, Gensel with 5 points leading the Tampa Bay Lightning. Suzuki with 3 points leading the way for Montreal. Slavkovsky, of course, with 3 goals for Montreal. Hagel with 4. Gensel's leading the way with assists with 5. And then, of course, Suzuki leading the way with assists with 3. Dobish with 2 wins to Vasilevsky's 1 win. Why is this not loading? Let me retry this. I don't know why this isn't loading. Oh, there we go. So Montreal, 3.00 goals per game to Tampa Bay's 2.67. Goals against per game is 2.67 for the Montreal Canadiens and 3 for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Power play percentage is 30.8% for the Montreal and 23.1% for Tampa Bay. Penalty kill percentage is 76.9% for Montreal and 69.2% for Tampa Bay. So let's get back to, we're just getting ready. Commercial is over now in this Colorado Kings game. So there we go. LA with it at center ice, battling there with Landeskog. Colorado. Puck just squeaks out of the line. Here comes LA. Puck dumped down into the Kings zone. LA breaks it out. Shot up down into Colorado zone. Colorado dumps it right back down out. LA with it. Here we go. Colorado breaks it through center ice here. Dump down into LA zone. Big hit by Logan O'Connor there behind the net. Here comes Trevor Moore. Dumps it around the boards. Back down around the other side of the boards. Here we go. Puck battle along the boards there. Colorado's able to get it out. Drew Doughty. There we go. Here we go. Cross ice. Here comes Anderson from LA. McCarr with the poke check. There we go. Icing on the Avalanche. So faceoff's going to go all the way down to the Avalanche zone. Shot of Ante Kopitar there once again. Could this potentially be the final game in his career? Drafted 11th overall in 2005. 1,628 career games with the Kings. Kings win the draw. Back to the point. Shot wide. Puck behind the net. Kempe with it. Adrian Kempe. Laferriere. Kempe. Shot. Shoot, scores. Joel. Joel Edmondson puts the Kings on the board. They're now down by 1. 6:17 left in the second period. Assisted by Adrian Kempe and looks like Alex Laferriere getting the secondary assist on that one. The first goal in these playoffs for Joel Edmondson. And yeah, it looks like it just squeaked past Scott Wedgwood there. Kopitar was in front of the net, screening. So the Kings are now down by 1. LA with it. Colorado dumps it around the boards. There we go. Icing. Puck is going to go all the way down to the LA zone, but LA showing some life here. Won by Colorado. Shot wide. LA is able to get it out to center ice. Colorado. McKinnon breaking in again. Down into the Colorado zone. You know, Kings with it. Breaking in. Turcotte with a shot. Rebound. Wedgwood with a big save. Making snow angels again. Kings are pushing here. As we go to a commercial break here. But let's go back to here. Oh, hello. Sorry, they're just showing a Dr. Squash commercial with Megan Fox. So we'll go back to this Montreal Tampa Bay series that we were talking about in the last commercial break. Let's take a look at the line combinations for the Tampa Bay Lightning. You got Braden Point at center on the first line with Kucherov and Goncalves. Torelli on the second line, centering the second line with Hagel and Gensel, Yanni Gourde, Nicholas Paul, and Gergensen on the third line. James, Sabrin, and Corey Perry on that fourth line. Defensive pairings, JJ Moser and Darren Radish, Chernak and McDonough, and then Carlisle and Lilberg on that third defensive pairing. Taking a look at Montreal, you got Suzuki, Slavkovsky, and Caulfield, that young and dominant first line there. You have Kapanen, Newhook, and Demidov, Doc, Tessier, and Bolduc, Deno, Evans, and Anderson on that fourth line. Then you have Matheson, Carrier, Gooley and Hudson, Struble and Jekai on that third defensive pairing. And, of course, Jakub Dovish. But we're just getting back to the Avalanche and Kings game. Shots are still 16-11 in favor of Colorado here. They're just showing a replay of that big save by Wedgwood. All right, puck goes all the way down to the LA zone. Puck down. And that's going to be icing on the Kings. Just under 5 minutes left in the second period. Shot attempts are 39-24 in favor of Colorado. LA with it. Kempe with a big hit on Kadri. LA chips it down. Kempe with it through center. Now here comes Colorado. Just out of their reach. Kempe with it. Goes down into the corner. There's Makar. Dump down, around the boards. Contained by Forsberg. Panarin. Here comes Trevor Moore. Shot. Saved by Wedgwood. Yeah, Kempe with a big hit there on Kadri. Ooh. Here we go. Face off to the right of Wedgwood. Kings with that. Quick shot. Saved by Wedgwood again. Panarin, I believe that was Panarin there. .354 left in this second period. Shots are now 17-13 in favor of Colorado. Face off to the right of Wedgwood. McKinnon wins it. LA with it in the Colorado zone. Byfield to the point. Over to Doughty. Oh, Colorado is able to intercept it there. Here comes Colorado. Landeskog dumps it down into the LA zone. Point, shot, saved by Forsberg there. Doughty with a hit on Landeskog there. Now LA's got it again. Here comes LA. Pass, failed to get through. Aaron to the point, Dumoulin. Tipped wide. Almost had a rebound there. CC. Dumoulin with another shot wide. Byfield there in the corner. Puck battle. Here's Dumoulin. There we go. Colorado gets it now, and they are just going to lift it all the way down. Not enough for icing. LA with it. Change for Colorado. Puck deep into Colorado zone. Kings intercept. Oh, big hit at the blue line there. CC shot. Looks like that went off a body, maybe. Up the ice. Shoot in. 2 minutes left in the second period here. Comes Kempe. Kempe, shot, blocked. LaFerriere around the boards. Here's Brent Clark. Here's Kopitar. Shot, blocked, and Avalanche are able to get it out. Now here comes Logan O'Connor. Great defensive play there by Joel Edmondson. Here comes Jared Wright on the boards, behind the net. Colorado is able to get it out. There we go. LA with it. Kempe. Final minute in the second period now. Here comes Turcotte. We're on the boards, behind the net. Colorado gets it. Buchanan's able to get it out. And it's like going to be offside on Colorado with 42.2 seconds left in the second period. Shots are now 19-14 in favor of Colorado. Yeah, great defensive play there by Joel Edmondson on Logan O'Connor. Face off, won by Colorado, looks like it. Colorado is going to dump it down around the boards. Here comes Trevor Moore now. Moore brings it in. It's on the brakes, in the corner. Colorado intercepts it. Are able to get it out. Now LA regains possession. Less than 20 seconds left in the second period. Here comes Panarin. Off a stick and to the side of the net. Big hit there in the corner. 3 seconds left. Now here's Nichushkin well out. And Forsberg's just going to hold on to it. And that's going to do it for the second period. So going into the third period, Colorado has that 1-goal lead in this, outshooting the Kings 19-14. Obviously, LA hoping to continue on with their season here in the third period. You know what? They're going to want to keep or come out guns a-blazing. But let's go back to that article that we were going to read in the last intermission. And we'll read that about I believe it was about I'm just gonna bring this up. Let's take a look at this. Let me just share it. There you go. This article that we're gonna read, it's called "Where Does Marco Rossi Fit on the Rebuilding Canucks in the Long Term?" So I'm just going to make this bigger. So here we go. This article written by Stéphane Roger. We've read a bunch of his articles over on Canucks Army, but he says Marco Rossi wound up being a pretty fine fit on the 25-26 Vancouver Canucks even then. And yeah, he had a slew of 2 different foot injuries that he played through. One of them that actually involved a fracture. Rossi ended the season with 22 points in 33 games as a Canuck, found a spot on the power play, and developed some real chemistry with Brock Besser and Liam Ogren, better known as the Bro Line. Now, he could be described as both a rare bright spot in this past season, especially down the stretch, and someone who has set himself up for more success in 2026-2027. But figuring out Rossi's fit on these rebuilding Canucks in the long term is a lot more difficult. In fact, he might be the biggest mystery box on the depth chart at this present moment. He'll be 25 by the time next season starts, which is not too old, but also not quite young by the standards of a rebuilding hockey franchise. Everything about Rossi, including his age, his size, and his overall history of production, puts him right in the middle of a lot of discussions. To help sort it all out, we thought it might be useful to go over all the myriad possible roles that Rossi could theoretically play for the Canucks in the long term and how likely those outcomes might be. But before we get into that, we'll begin by noting the major advantage that the Canucks have when it comes to making any decisions on Rossi's future: time. Rossi is already under contract at a $5 million AAV for the next 2 seasons, and that's plenty of opportunity to try him out in a few different possible future roles and see what sticks. Option 1 is a future 1C for Marco Rossi. We'll start this section by saying that as unlikely as it may be, Rossi developing into a first-line center type is still on the table at this stage in his career. For someone to really break out in that way after their 25th birthday, while it is not unheard of, and especially not in Vancouver circles, JT Miller, for example, did not have his first point per game season until he was traded to the Canucks at the age of 26. and he didn't well and truly break out until he hit 99 points a couple of years later at age 28. To wit, Miller's 24-year-old season back in 2017-18 and split between New York and Tampa Bay saw him produce at a 0.71 point per game rate. This past year at 24, Rossi split his time between Minnesota and Vancouver and produced at a 0.70 point per game rate. And between the two, it was Rossi who was drafted higher, 9th overall versus 15th. But all that being said, Miller's development path is obviously not a typical one, and it's safe to say that the odds are stacked against the same sort of thing happening for anyone else. Here it's tough not to think of Rossi's 5'9" frame as a factor. There are very few top 6 centers under 5'11" in the league, period, and none of them have been particularly late bloomers. So for Rossi to become a 1C of the Canucks' future would require him to beat a few different set of odds. That's enough to say that at the very least, it's not something the Canucks should count on. That means that, as we've mentioned before, their next 1C is probably going to have to come from a different source, and that source is almost certainly the draft. But if Rossi is not going to be that 1C, maybe he can be option 2, a future 2C. By some standards, Rossi is already operating at a fine 2C level. His 0.70 point per game rate was the 57th highest among NHL players listed as centers in 25-26. And some of the players are wingers anyway. It's what we might call statistically low-end 2C production, and given that Rossi accomplished that with injuries holding him back and minimal offensive support, it's reasonable to think he can get that up to at least average 2C production in time, and perhaps as soon as next year. On this topic, however, we have to mention the rest of the depth chart, because while the Canucks do not have anyone else on hand shaping up to be a 1C, they've definitely got a few assets in that 2C lane. First is Elias Pettersson, who seems to have settled into that 0.70-ish point per game range himself of late. We've written recently about how, under the right circumstances, Pettersson could be a great transitional center as his team seeks out its future 1C, holding down the fort at that spot for now and then sliding back to 2C over time. As it stands, Pettersson is still probably the better center between him and Rossi, but it's close, and Rossi is clearly the one with the more upward trend. It's not that hard to imagine Rossi looking like a better fit than Pettersson in the 2C role sooner rather than later, especially given that Rossi's cap hit will be less than half of Pettersson's for the next 2 years. That cap hit means that if Pettersson is not traded, the team is almost obligated to continue to try to get him going as a top 6 center, and that will hurt Rossi's opportunities there. For that reason, if EP40 stays around, it's safe to assume that Rossi's future lies elsewhere. It might anyway because of the existence of Braden Coots. He's the Canucks' top current forward prospect, and while most will say he does not quite have 1C potential, he's had a very good draft plus 1 year that has many convinced he could be a future 2C. He made the 25-26 roster out of training camp and is sure to make another run at it this time around. There may eventually come a choice between Rossi and Coots as the long-term 2C of the future, and if that's the case, then the younger 6'1" right-shooting Coots will be at a distinct advantage. Still, if Pettersson is traded and if Coots' development goes in another direction, it's definitely possible to picture Rossi as that long-term 2C himself, supporting some burgeoning 1C yet to be drafted. On this, it's hard not to think of Carolina's Logan Stankoven, of a similar size to Rossi and currently holding down a 2C spot on a Stanley Cup contender. Or perhaps it could be Rossi supporting a different 2C from lower down the roster. Option 3, of course, is a future 3C. Center depth is important to any contending team. There's nothing wrong with a strong 1-2-3 punch down the middle. That used to be the Canucks' calling card when they could field a trio of Miller, Pettersson, and Horvat. So there's definitely a world where the Canucks draft a future 1C, settle on Pettersson or Coots as a long-term 2C, and bump Rossi all the way down to being an inordinately skilled third-line center. But here we almost have to talk about Rossi's lack of size again. But teams have a strong preference for size in their bottom 6, and especially at center. We had a tough time finding any sub-5'11 centers making a difference on any ongoing playoff rosters. The best comparable we could find was Tampa Bay's Yanni Gourde, who is also 5'9", and plays a similar scrappy and rambunctious game as does Rossi. But Gourde is a rare example. Rossi could become a veteran depth center to be sure, but it's not the most ideal fit. There may be a couple of other options yet that might yield better results. Option number 4 is a hybrid top 6 winner. Could be that Rossi's future with the Canucks is not at center ice at all. Centers of his size are very often transition over to the wing in the long term or become hybrid wingers, filling in at center only when necessary. Maybe that's what the Canucks will need from Marco Rossi. In this scenario, the Canucks do indeed find a future 1C in the draft and decide on either Pettersson or Coots as that long-term 2C solution, but maybe find themselves short on skilled wingers. Rossi could be a fit there, as evidenced by his success from the half wall on the power play this year. As short as the Canucks are on future centers, they're just as short on wingers, with only Liam Ogren, Jonathan Lekaramaki, and perhaps whoever they draft this year as likely top 6 options over the true long term. Adding Rossi to that mix might prove a necessary injection of skill. The aforementioned Stan Coben has been tried on the wing plenty in his young career. A more long-term example might be Rossi's teammate Matt Zuccarello, who started out as a center, but of course became a full-time winger and has since thrived. On the extreme high end, we might point to the 5'10 Jake Gensel, who was drafted as a center and then became a point-per-game scoring winger over time. This shows that the Canucks don't necessarily need Rossi to stay at center to play a role in their ongoing rebuild plans. Then again, maybe they don't need Rossi to stay at all. Option number 5, a trade chip. Rossi turns 25 this September. If the Canucks' rebuild takes, say, 4 years to get them back towards the playoffs, then he'll be around 29 at that time and should still have some prime years left. But there's always the possibility that the Canucks see Rossi's true best utility to rebuild as a trade chip, one presumably cashed in for even younger pieces. Draft a high-end winger in the 26th draft, get another year of really strong development out of Coots, and suddenly Rossi starts looking a lot more like a surplus and one that could bring in a better than decent return. Rossi was thought to have the rough value of a mid-first-round pick at the time of his trade to Vancouver. That value should serve as a good minimum moving forward in a center-starved market. Canucks will also have the opportunity, as they try Rossi out in all the roles we've mentioned above, to build up Rossi's trade value even higher. Whether he's going to be a 1C or a 2C or a top 6 winger in the long run, Rossi should get plenty of reps in those roles as long as he remains in Vancouver, and as his numbers go up, so too does his theoretical return. In fact, aside from those true untouchables, it's hard to find another asset on the Canucks' depth chart that matches Rossi's potential trade value. That, more than anything, might tip his future in this direction. Canucks have a real need for more high-end future assets and precious few opportunities to get them. If Rossi is such an opportunity, then maybe trading him is the most rebuild responsible choice. Either way, as we said at the outset, it's a choice the Canucks will have to make for that future, but that future doesn't have to be immediate. So a very interesting article there by Stéphane Roger, and it really gets you thinking about Rossi and his potential future role with the Vancouver Canucks going forward. But I believe this game is getting ready to get started here in the third period, so I'm going to get back to Sportsnet. Move over here. Back to here. I'm going to take a quick gander at your guys' comments real quick. Will you have the game on once it starts? Are you talking about the Colorado game, Lee Bullion 8961? Or are you talking about the Colorado LA Kings game? Yes, I'm just waiting for the third period to start. Hopefully that'll be starting in a matter of minutes, hopefully. As of course, the Tampa Bay Montreal game is coming up on after this, and we'll, depending on if this game goes to overtime or not, fingers crossed it doesn't, but we'll be switching right to the Montreal and Tampa Bay game once this game comes to its conclusion for sure. So still commercial here. Another commercial. Just waiting for this here. Still commercial. So for those of you that haven't yet, those of you in the live chat, you guys can still vote in the poll we have up here, right here in the corner. Type a 1 in the chat if you think Colorado is going to win. Type a 2 in the chat if you think the LA Kings are going to come back and win this one to push it to a game 5. Excuse me. Let me know in the chat who you guys think is going to win here in game 4 between the Avalanche and the Kings. Right now, just looking at the brackets here. The winner of this series will, of course, go on to face the Stars and Wild, either the Stars or the Wild. It looks like still in the intermission here. I think we're just getting ready to go here. Another freaking commercial. Come on. Little commercial for Mandalorian and Grogu. I've seen this commercial with Ben Stiller. Oh, for Instacart. All right. Commercial. Oh, so many commercials, man. If you guys are enjoying these watch parties, be sure to hit that like button, as well as subscribe to us for more playoff watch parties. I do have more planned for throughout the entirety of these playoffs. Even once we get to the second round, we'll be doing them all the way up until the Stanley Cup Finals. Of course, they will get less and less teams as we get to the finals. But of course, we all know the first round is always exciting with the most amount of teams throughout. Okay, come on. Enough with these commercials. So in the second intermission here, we'll take a look at the game stats here. Let me refresh so it loads. So right now, after 2 periods, Colorado, of course, outshooting the Kings 19-14. LA out-hitting Colorado 39-15 in this one. Faceoffs won are 21-18 for Colorado. Colorado, of course, 1 for 1 on the power play. LA is 0 for 2. So not a whole lot of penalties in this game, although we have like 16 minutes for the Kings. But that's has to do with the 10-minute misconduct. 6 for the Avalanche. 10 giveaways for the Kings. 9 for the Avalanche. Takeaways are 3 even. And then block shots are 11-10 in favor of the Kings after 2 periods here. Of course, Nathan MacKinnon is the one who got this thing started with a goal at 13-13 of the first period on the power play, assisted by Kadri and Landeskog. And then, of course, it was Cale Makar in the second period, scoring his second of the playoffs, unassisted at 5:48. Then it was Joel Edmondson with his first of the playoffs at 13:43 of the second period, assisted by Kempe and Laferriere. And that, of course, brings us to this third period, which still hasn't started yet. So yet another commercial break here. And this is starting to get frustrating. Well, oh, there we go. Looks like we're going to be starting up here. Start of the third period. There we go. Looks like the period is going to be starting in a matter of minutes here. They're just going over. There we go. All right. Just waiting for this puck to be dropped. My broadcast, of course, is slightly behind of the actual television broadcast. And here we go. Face off. And we're back underway here. All right, Kings with it in their own end behind the net. And here comes LA. Kopitar stopped by Wedgwood, and he covers it up. Kopitar with a great chance there. Nice save there by Wedgwood on Kopitar. Face off. Looks like quick shot there on Wedgwood, who steers it aside. Here comes Colorado, dumps it down into the LA zone. LA with it at center ice. Looking to break in with Kopitar. Dumps it down into the Colorado zone. Makar shoots it around. Colorado gets it. Kings flips it out to center. Makar with it. Colorado with it. Here comes Colorado. Oh, LA is able to regain control of it. Here comes Nathan MacKinnon. Our move, stop by Forsberg there. Nice little backhand there by MacKinnon. Excuse me. Of course, coming up, we got the Montreal Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Here we go. Shoot, Sean in. Here comes LA. Lawton, drag move there, went wide. Colorado with it now. Natchez turns it over. Now here comes LA. Shot, glove down by Wedgwood. Whistle here. Just under 2 minutes into this third period here. All right, face off to the right of Wedgwood. LA wins the draw. Shot wide. Puck battle there. Makar, great defensive play there. Now here comes Colorado. Breaks it out past center ice. Parker Kelly. O'Connor. Back to the point. Taves shot wide. Doughty fires it down. Kings with it at center ice. Moore's offside. So far, shots are 20-16 in favor of Colorado here to start this third period. Just a few minutes in. We got Ritual Leader in the chat. Angela have to win, and I'll get 2K. All right. By the way, welcome, virtual leader. First time seeing you. All right, face-off won by LA. Another offside. There we go. Face off just outside the blue line here. Reminder, if the Kings win here tonight, Game 5 will be Wednesday. All right, down into the Colorado zone. Big hit there behind the net. Colorado's able to get it out. There we go. Puck battle there in the corner, or along the boards there. LA with it. Colorado in their own end. Lehkonen shot, save, and Colorado scores. So Colorado's up 3-1 now, 22 shots on goal to LA's 15. And that looks like it was Nick Waugh, assisted by Arturi Lehkonen and Sam Lenski at 16:46 of this third period. And the Avalanche have a 2-goal lead once again. Oh, looks like there's a penalty coming up here. Looks like a penalty to Brock Nelson. Apparently. Yeah, penalty on Nelson here. 2 minutes for what? Two minutes for hooking by Brock Nelson at 3:23. There we go. Face off. And LA is on the power play here. Kings got to get a goal here. Now here comes Colorado. Shorthanded. Jack Drury shot. Save. Anze Panarin. Down. LaFerriere not able to control that. And the puck goes all the way down to LA zone. Yeah, it seems like the 2K is just a dream, and it was pretty obvious because I'm losing 2-0, but the multiplier is at 7.5. Wow. Or was 7.5x. Wow. All right, puck behind the net. Here comes Colorado now. 2-on-1. Shorthanded. Errant pass goes by O'Connor. Colorado with it. Oh, Nichushkin shoots it wide. Panarin with it. Up high field. Doughty. Back to Byfield. Shot. Saved by Wedgwood. Loose puck. There's Doughty. Shot. Tipped. Loose puck. How did that not go in? That's like, what, 3 times now there's been a loose puck. LA hasn't been able to bury it. Forsberg with the save, and he gloves it down for the whistle. 11 seconds left on LA's power play. Shots are now 24-18 in favor of Colorado. 14:25 left in this third period already. Seems like this game has picked up its pace a little bit here in the third. LA with it in their own zone. There you go. Colorado fires it down. Drury with it. Penalties over. So LA is now 0 for 3 on the power play. There's LA. Direct pass up this Hellenius. And it back into the LA zone. Puck down to Colorado zone. Colorado gets it. Pass up to McKinnon. Spins around. Again. Dave's shot, scores. So it's now 4-1 for Colorado now at 13:59, just under 14 minutes left in this third period. Goal scored by Devon Toews, assisted by McKinnon, and Gabriel Landeskog, his first of the playoffs for Devon Toews. And what a shot. There we go. Puck down into the Colorado zone. And the puck escapes out to center ice. Here comes Byfield. Or no, sorry, that's Trevor Moore. Byfield now with it. And the puck gets cleared. Doughty. Lehkonen able to LA with it in the corner. Puck back down around behind the net. Scott Lawton with it. Forechecked. Back to Doughty. Shot. Stopped by Anton Forsberg. 12:54 left in the third period. And Colorado with 2 on the board here in this third period to take a 4-1 lead as we go to a commercial break here. Of course, a reminder that once this game comes to an end, we'll be jumping right into the Montreal and Tampa Bay game, which is starting relatively soon, I believe. It says starts at 4, but there might be a bit of a delay because of this game, but we shall see. And of course, we'll be wrapping up our triple header with the Edmonton Oilers and Anaheim Ducks in the third and final game of this triple header. Game 4 watch party. But while we're at our commercial break here, I'm going to quickly do my sponsor read. And we're going to give a big shout out and thank you to the sponsor of this video, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook, which is an official sports betting partner of the NHL. No sport flips faster than hockey. One power play, a goalie pulled with 2 minutes left, and everything changes. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is built for that kind of chaos. With live betting from puck drop to the final buzzer, and DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If you place a pregame player prop bet and your player starts the game but leaves in the first period due to injury and doesn't return, you'll get your bet back in cash. No bonus bets, no opt-in, just real protection when injuries happen early. New sportsbook customers bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THPN so you're ready for the moment. That's code THPN. Turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
All right, there we go. And we're back now. Apologies for that little bit of a mess. How's it going, Harry? Good to see you, buddy. All right, puck goes all the way down into the LA zone. LA, CC picks it up. Yeah. Colorado with it. Up to center. LA, Panarin with it now. Here comes Byfield. Moore with a quick shot. Looks like that went wide. Anderson. Back to the point. Mike Anderson. Blocked. There's Panarin with it. Turns around, shot, fired. Loose puck. Kings with it. There's Panarin. Shot. Looked like that was blocked in front. There you go. McKinnon, breakaway. Missed the net. Shot went wide. Actually, Forsberg may have gotten a piece of that one. Yeah, LA with it. In the corner. Colorado gets it. Breaking in. Pass up. Down. Saved by Forsberg. Looks like Forsberg didn't even touch that there. Edmondson shot. Tipped wide. Puck in the corner. LA with it. To the point. Edmondson. Dumped down. Ward with it. Off. CC. Puck. Wedgwood covers it up, and there's a little bit of pushing and shoving. Oilers and Duck matchup is going to be interesting. Yes, I'm actually really looking forward to that one, for sure. Who are you cheering for in the playoffs? Well, definitely the Ducks. Obviously, I'm cheering for Montreal, between Montreal and Tampa. Believe it or not, I'm actually cheering for Buffalo as well. I mean, I know they won earlier today. They absolutely shellacked Boston earlier. You love to see it as a Canucks fan. But yeah, I'm cheering for Buffalo. I'm having a brain fart. Montreal, Anaheim, and I guess also the Avalanche too, just because I picked them to win it all. So, all right. Puck is in the LA zone. Pass up. Now here comes LA breaking out. Clark puts on the brakes. Nick Waugh. High stick. And that's going to stop play. 9:41 left in the third period. Shots are now 27-19 in favor of Colorado here. Harry says Canes or Oilers for me. Also Dallas. Yeah, I actually completely forgot about Dallas. Just funny considering I did that game yesterday. But quickly looking at the scoreboard, just going to see if the Montreal Tampa Bay game has started. That game still has not started yet, even though it's after 4 o'clock. Might be a bit of a delay on this game. So excuse me. All right, here we go. When is the Oilers and Ducks game? It says 6:30, but I think I saw on Sportsnet 6:50. So just before 7 o'clock. Yeah, according to Sportsnet, it says 6:30 for the Oilers and Ducks. But of course, playoff games are never on time. So getting ready here. Once again, just under 10 minutes left in this Colorado and Kings game. Here we go. Puck dropped. Back down into the Colorado zone. No. Saved by Wedgwood. There we go. Face up to the left of Wedgwood. Looks like Byfield is getting waved out of the draw. It's like Panarin is going to take it. And Avalanche win it. There we go. Moore. Stopped by Wedgwood. Great chance there by Trevor Moore. There's Byfield. Down in the corner. Colorado with it. I don't think the Canucks are going to hire a new GM before the lottery. Definitely before the draft, but I think it might be after the lottery. Shot wide. Shot blocker saved by Forsberg. All right. Dumped down into Colorado zone. Colorado gets it. To center. Here comes Colorado. Nick Waugh. Over Lehkonen. Lehkonen around the net. Back to the point. Over Brent Burns. Float one. Rebound. Here comes LA. It's like, oh, big hit in the corner. That's actually a really good question, Harry. I'm not sure. Maybe Rutherford? I don't know. There we go. LA with it. Back to the point. LaFerriere dropped to Doughty. One time, or blast. Goes to the corner. Yeah, I think it's going to be probably Rutherford. I don't see Aquilini being down there. I mean, he hasn't showed his face at all this season, so I don't see him starting now. All right, puck goes all the way down into the LA zone, and that's going to be icing. 7:07 left in the third period now. Shots are around 29-21 in favor of Colorado. But this big hit by Clark on Blankenberg. Trevor Moore chance wide open there. All right, face off to the left of Wedgwood. Face off. Looks like McKinnon may have won that face off there, but goes all the way down to the LA zone. Dumps into Colorado zone, and Wedgwood is able to hold on to it. 6:55 left on the clock now. Anze Kopitar missed one or fewer games in 15 of 20 career seasons for Anze Kopitar. There we go. Face off to the left of Wedgwood, won by Colorado. Here's Brent Clark with it in the LA zone, breaking it out. Dump down into the Colorado zone. Colorado with it now. Dump down into the LA zone. Battle for it in the corner. Here comes LA. Pass up to center ice. Here comes Panarin. Shoots it down into Colorado zone. Here comes Colorado now. Buck around. Oh, it looks like there's going to be a call. Or no, hand pass. Thought that may have been a penalty. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be the last game of Kopitar's career here. LA doesn't tie this one up. Going to another commercial here. Yeah, we got a TV timeout here. Looking at the goals so far in this game, of course, we had Nathan McKinnon, who started the scoring off in the first period, 13 minutes and 13 seconds in, assisted by Kadri and Landeskog on the power play. That started things off for the Avalanche. And then, of course, Cale Makar in the second period, 5:48, unassisted goal, his second of the playoffs. Then you had Joel Edmondson scoring his first of the playoffs at 13:43, assisted by Kempe and LaFerriere. That has been the only goal for the LA Kings so far in this one. And, of course, here in the third period, about 3 minutes apart, you had Nicholas Wallace scoring his second of the playoffs, assisted by Lehkonen and Malinsky. Then you had Devon Taves, assisted by McKinnon and Landeskog at 6:01 of the third period. And that is what has given the Colorado Avalanche their 4-1 lead in this game. So far, the game stats, LA out hitting the Avalanche 46-21, which is insane. Faceoffs are 30-25 in favor of Colorado. Giveaways are 14-12 for Colorado. 5 takeaways for LA, 3 for Colorado. And then block shots are 15-11 in favor of Colorado in this one. So yeah, we're getting started here. There we go. Waiting for the puck to be dropped here. Jared Bednar, his 10th season as Avalanche head coach, second longest tenured active head coach, of course, behind John Cooper for Tampa Bay. Kopitar wins the faceoff for the Kings. Kings dump it. No, looks like another whistle. Maybe offside. Or no, looks like maybe high stick. So there's the stoppage at the high stick. Face off to the left of Wedgwood. Here comes Colorado. Goaltender's been pulled, and Nathan MacKinnon scores. So Colorado extending their lead up to 5-1, and that pretty much seals the deal here. Nathan MacKinnon, his second of the game, assisted by Natchez and Kulak at 14:22 of the third period. And it looks like it's maybe starting to set in for Kopitar here. Here's Colorado. Just checking on the... Okay, so the Tampa Bay and Montreal game has started. Yeah, they're highlighting Kopitar right now. All right, at the 2-minute mark, I'm going to switch over to the Montreal Tampa Bay game, since this one's pretty much out of reach now. Shots now 30-22 for Colorado. Make that 31. Chance in front. One-timer. Looks like that shot was 92 miles an hour. And here comes LA. Wedgwood with a nice save there. And then you know what? Yeah, I'm going to switch over to Tampa Bay and Montreal here. Let's get this up. All right. So we're joining this live about 5 minutes into the first period for Tampa Bay and Montreal. 2 shots for Tampa Bay in here. Here comes Newhook. Shot. Just going to quickly do a new poll. Tampa with a good chance there. There comes Montreal. There we go. All right, Montreal with it. There's Hudson. All right, puck in the corner. Crozier. Blocked in front. Bolduc. Oh, gives it away. Here comes Tampa. Gensel. One-timer. Missed the net. Big hit. Shots are still 3-0 Tampa Bay to start this game. Big hit by Jekai on Gord. Here comes Montreal. Here comes Caulfield. Shot. Saved by Vasilevsky. Looks like we're going to a commercial break. Since we're at the commercial, let's check and see what's. So 3:34 left in the third period of that Colorado Kings game that we just switched over from. Still 5-1 Colorado. Yeah, so just looking at the box score for that one real quick, just so we can keep track of it. Let's take a look at the game stats between Montreal and Tampa Bay here. Why is this not loading? For some reason it's not loading on here. So you know what? I'm going to look it up on my phone real quick. So for the game sets so far in this one, 3 shots for Tampa Bay, 2 from Montreal, 8 hits from Montreal to Tampa Bay's 2. Tampa Bay is already 0 for 1 on the power play. As we get back to game action here, quick shot saved by Vasilevsky. Struble down into the corner. Loose puck there. Tampa Bay is able to clear it. Puck in the corner. Gensel with it. Now here comes Anderson. Centers. Looks like there's going to be a penalty. Big giant cheer from the crowd. So I'm assuming it's against Tampa Bay. Just based on the big cheer from the crowd. Yeah, penalty on Tampa Bay. So Montreal is going to the power play. So it's going to be Crozier going off for high sticking. So Montreal is going to the power play. Face off to the left of Vasilevsky. Montreal with it. Down low. Slavkovsky. Back to the point. Cross shot. Wide. There you go. Slavkovsky with it. Demidov, nice little move there. Shot. Back down. Caulfield with it. Slavkovsky. Hudson. Shot. Save. Rebound. Stopped by Vasilevsky. Around the boards. There is Hudson. Shot one-timer. Demidov wasn't able to get fully on that shot. And the puck goes all the way down. Dobish. Here comes Montreal. Slavkovsky. Drag move. Shot. Saved by Vasilevsky. 43 seconds left on the power play for Montreal. There we go. Face off. Won by Tampa. Dog. There we go. Battle in the corner. Oh, big hit. Moser got absolutely dunked. Whoa. There's going to be another penalty on Tampa Bay. Yanni Gourde going to the box. Looks like for cross-checking. No, sorry, that was Gergensons who got leveled, not looks like there's going to be a timeout for Montreal. 12-second two-man advantage for Montreal here. One-timer, round the net, missed the net. That puck's going to go all the way down to Dobish. No. All right, so the first power play is over. Montreal's going to have another chance here. There's Hudson. Demidov with it. Back to Hudson. One-timer, missed the net. Hudson with a shot. Caulfield. Oh, what a chance. Montreal really pressuring here. Tipped and saved by Vasilevsky. There you go. So that Colorado LA game has just come to an end. The Avalanche complete the sweep. There we go. Montreal with it. Tessier. There's Matheson at the line. Back to Tessier. Shoot. Rebound. And the puck goes all the way down to the Montreal zone. There comes Montreal. New hook. Far side. Back. One timer. Blocked. Moser with the block. And the puck goes all the way down to the Montreal end. Ten seconds left on the power play here. Oh, bless me. Shot saved by Vasilevsky. There we go. Yeah, nice chance there by Matheson. Just right at the... Tried to sneak it underneath the arm of Vasilevsky there. Did Matheson. Shot. Puck goes out of play. There you go. Commercial. Oh. Little commercial here. There we go. Sorry about that. Just had to blow my nose. While we're at the commercial, let's take a look at the game stats now. Montreal now out shooting Tampa Bay 8-3, out hitting Tampa Bay 13-3. Montreal with 6 faceoffs won, Tampa Bay with 5. Montreal 0-2 on the power play, Tampa Bay 0-1. Block shots are 4-1 in favor of Tampa Bay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Face off to the right of Vasilevsky here. There's Tampa Bay now. Cirelli. Montreal steals it. Kucherov now. Puck dumped down into the Montreal zone. Shot. Blocked. Radish fanned on it there. There you go. Shot. Puck up in the air. Looks like there's going to be a whistle. Happening with a nice shot right off, looked like the collarbone of Vasilevsky there. There you go. Face off now. Back down into the Montreal zone. Jack eye with it. Pass out. Another whistle. There's Corey Perry. Look at Kucherov here. 7:44 left in the first period. Shots 9-3 now for Montreal. There we go. Face off won by Tampa Bay. They dump it down into the Montreal zone. No. Stick just went flying there. Puck flipped down into Lightning zone. It's going to be icing now. There you go. Face off in the corner. Oh, Tampa Bay one-timer. Shot saved by Dobish. No. Wow, what a Dobish with a nice save there. All right, face off to the right of Dobish. Suzuki about to take the draw. Wins the face off. Matheson with it around the boards. Back down behind the net. Here we go. Oh, Tampa Bay with it. Kucherov with a shot. Saved by Dobish. There we go. Face off now to the left of Dobish. There we go. Face off. Won by Tampa Bay. Back to the point. Montreal steals it. Tampa Bay is able to keep it in. There you go. One-timer. Off a stick and wide. Here's Kucherov. One-timer. Blocked. Montreal is able to get it out. Tampa Bay gets it back into the Montreal zone again. Around the boards. Shot. Montreal picks it up. Montreal with it again. Behind the net. Matheson. About 6.5 left in this first period now. Matheson just going to go for a bit of a skate here behind the net. Pass up. Now here comes Montreal. And a whistle. There we go. Once again, let me know who you guys think is going to win this game for between the Montreal Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning in the chat. Type a 1 if you think it's going to be the Canadiens. Type a 2 if you think it's going to be the Tampa Bay Lightning. There we go. Puck deep into the Tampa Bay zone. Tampa Bay with it. Around the boards. Back down around the other side. Tampa Bay with it. No. Montreal gets it back. Pass up. Here comes Montreal. Big hit there in the corner, in the along the boards. Montreal with it. Shots are now 9-5 for Montreal. There we go. Puck battle there. Puck gets loose, and Tampa Bay's got it. They flip it down to Montreal zone. Montreal gets it again. Oh, looks like Tampa Bay intercepted it there for a second. Now here comes Sago. Tampa Bay. Pass over. Shot. Loose puck. How did that not go in? Dobesh had no idea where that puck was. Puck behind the net. Kucherov centers it. Montreal steals it. Fires it all the way down. That's going to be icing. They looks like they're waving off the icing there. Now here comes Montreal. Struble. Doc turns back into the Montreal zone. There you go. Doc, pass up. Here you go. Here's Bolduc down into the Tampa Bay zone. Back down into Tampa zone. Tampa Bay with it. On the boards. You know. Montreal with it. Montreal changing here. That will be an icing call. Oh man. Man, what a chance there. Point and Hagel looking up at that replay of that. All right, face off won by Montreal. Tampa Bay with it. Fires it down the center ice. Here come the Lightning. Pass in front, just wide. Cross, missed the net. Here comes Montreal now. Fire it down around the boards. Suzuki. There we go. Montreal gets it. Suzuki and Caulfield. Slavkovsky missed the net. Montreal keeps it in on give away the puck, or they gave away the puck there. One-timer puck block. Shot, missed the net. Some great chances here for Tampa Bay and Montreal. Here comes. Oh, Montreal steals it again. Here comes Montreal. Puck around the boards. Back to center ice. Montreal gets it. Montreal back down the center. And puck down back to center ice. Into the corner. Jake Evans there. So we're Matheson shot blocked. There we go. Tampa Bay. Final minute, the first period here. Big hit by Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay with it. There we go. Montreal takes it. Here comes Montreal. Capping in. New hook. Hudson shot. Blocked in front. Turns on fight. Shot blocked by his own player. And that's going to be the end of the first. There we go. So we're going to quickly go after one. Sorry about that. After one, shots are 9-6 in favor of Montreal. Montreal out hitting Tampa Bay 19-7. Faceoffs won for Montreal is 12-7. Obviously, as we talked about, Montreal 0 for 2 on the power play, Tampa Bay 0 for 1. Tampa Bay with 5 giveaways, Montreal with 2. Takeaways are 3-2 in favor of Montreal. Tampa Bay with more block shots, 6-4 in this one. Looking at the penalties in the first period, 2 minutes for too many men on the ice for Montreal. 2 minutes into the game, served by Slavkovsky. And of course, we had Crozier going off for 2 minutes for high sticking, and then Gord going off for 2 minutes for cross-checking. Those are the only penalties so far in this game. The referees in this one, Brennan Blandina, Wes McCauley, and then the linesmen are CJ Murray and Johnny Murray. So the two Murrays are the linesmen. Then you have Blandina, and McCauley as a referee. And of course, we're at the Bell Center in Montreal. So you know the Bell Center is going to be rocking in this one. And that is the first period. So once again, those of you that were watching earlier, we of course started out with the Avalanche and Kings game. Of course, Colorado ends up winning one 5-1. So the legendary career of Anze Kopitar has officially come to an end as Colorado sweeps the LA Kings 4-0 in the series, and in this game by a score of 5-1. Let's take a look at Anze Kopitar's final stat line of his career here. All right, here's Kopitar. He was a -1, 18 minutes and 30 seconds of ice time with 1 hit and 1 block. So no points for Anze Kopitar in his final game of his legendary career. But I wonder if they have the 3 stars selected yet. There we go. So the first star, of course, Nathan MacKinnon, 2 goals and 1 assist, 17 minutes and 47 seconds of ice time. Gabriel Landeskog with 2 assists, 14 minutes and 58 seconds of ice time. And then, of course, they gave the 3rd star to Anze Kopitar, of course, with this, as we mentioned, being the final game of his career. And, of course, Makar with the game-winning goal, Forsberg, the losing goaltender, Wedgwood, the winning goaltender. Of course, Colorado opened scoring in the first, and then both teams scored each in the second period, and then Colorado with 3 goals in the third to seal it, and the Colorado Avalanche are moving on to the second round. So let's quickly take a look at the brackets real quick here. Wait for this to load. All right, so Colorado advances to the second round. They will, of course, face the winner between Dallas and Minnesota in the Western Conference. So, of course, Carolina has advanced to the second round, defeating Ottawa yesterday. So they swept their series. So both of the top 2 teams in each conference have swept their playoff series. So Carolina will face the winner of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And then, of course, we have a chance to see so that's it for the sweeps. No more sweeps because Pittsburgh did beat Philadelphia the other night. So we get 2 sweeps this year in the playoffs. And yeah, so there's, oh shit, I didn't even bring this up. Well, there we go. Sorry, I didn't realize that wasn't up. But I'm going to be right back as we do this intermission. I will be back in a few short minutes. Sorry, I'm muted. Sorry. Justin, I'm going to try. Obviously, that Oilers Ducks game is at 6:30. I mean, it says it's going to start at 6:30. So in about an hour and a half. So we'll see. Probably going to have some overlap between this game and the Oilers and Ducks game. I also may miss some of the group Zoom. But I'm going to try and make it. All right, so we're still in between periods here. Just a reminder, you guys can vote in the poll we have here. Who wins Game 4 between the Montreal Canadiens and the Tampa Bay Lightning? Type A1 in the chat for Montreal. Type A2 in the chat if you think Tampa Bay Lightning are going to win this one. Of course, it's scoreless so far in this game. Yeah, it looks like Anaheim Ducks and Oilers are still set to start at 6:30. All right, let's take a look and see. I want to see what the stats are for players so far here in the playoffs. All right, we're going to bring this up. All right, let me make this bigger. All right, so far, Matt Duchene is leading the way in the playoffs here with 7 points in 4 games, 2 goals, 5 assists. He's actually, I should say, tied with Taylor Hall of the Carolina Hurricanes. Excuse me. Then you have Alex Tuck, just behind with 6 points. 3 goals, 3 assists in 4 games. Jason Robertson, 4 goals, 2 assists for 6 points for Dallas. Leon Draisaitl, a goal and 5 assists in 3 games. Jackson Lacombe, 6 points in 3 games for the Anaheim Ducks. Kirill Kaprizov, 6 points, a goal and 5 assists in 4 games. Brendan Hagel, 4 goals, 1 assist in 3 games. Mikael Granlund, 5 points. Troy Terry, 5. Peyton Krebs, 5. Bowen Byram, 5. Logan Stankoven, Brock Faber, Joel Eriksson, Wyatt Johnston, Matt Boldy, who had the game winner the other night, David Pastrnak, Mikko Rantanen, Jake Gensel, Jake Batherson with 4 in 4 games for Ottawa. Morgan Geekie, 4 in 4 games. Kasperi Kapanen, 4 for the Oilers in 3 games. Alex Killorn with 4 points in 3 games. Trevor Zegras, 4 points in 4 games. Then you have Raquel, 4 points in 4 games. Jackson Blake, 4 points in 4 games. Podkolzin, Carlson, Thompson. And then look at that. McDavid's not even Oh, I think he's on the second part of this list. Or I guess this is a really big list then. But no, Connor McDavid. Oh, I think he only has 2 points. Whoops. I don't mean to do that. Well, I'm not even seeing McDavid on here. Unless I'm blind. Well, there's Bouchard. There's Ekholm. Oh, there's McDavid. So yeah, McDavid only with 2 points in 3 games. But McDavid's a -6. Wow. So not your typical Connor McDavid here in these playoffs. But I feel as though he might be dealing with some sort of nagging injury. Let's take a look at the goalies. Freddie Anderson, of course, 4 wins, 4 games played. Wedgwood, 3 games played, 3 wins. Technically, that's actually 4 now, since Colorado advanced and swept LA. Vladar, 3 wins in 4 games. Jakub Dobish, 2 wins, 1 loss in 3. Jesper Wallstead, 2 wins, 2 losses. Vemelka, 2 wins, 1 loss. Dostal, 2 wins, 1 loss. Alex Lyon, 2 wins. Ottinger, 2 wins, 2 losses. Archer Seelovs with the 1 win. I do fully see Seelovs getting the start in Game 5 for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Pekka Luukkonen, win and a loss. Or no, sorry. Yeah, win and a loss for UPL. Carter Hart, a win and 2 losses. Swayman, a win and 3 losses. Ingram, 1 and 2. Vasilevsky, 1 and 2. Then, of course, you have Stuart Skinner, who went 0 for 3, and Korpisalo lost earlier tonight. Anton Forsberg, 0 and 4. Allmark, 0 and 4 as well. Of course, Ottawa was eliminated, as was LA. So there you go. There are your goalie stats for the 25-26 playoffs. Let's go back to here. All right. I believe the second period is close to starting here. Just looking here. All right, let me see here. Looks like still second period still not quite set to get going, but they're interviewing Cole Hudson, brother of Lane Hudson. That's me. Woo! That's me. Oh, sorry. Just had to blow my nose there. Jay, good to see you, buddy. Here we go. Second period. It looks like it's about to get started here. You know, face off, center ice, won by Tampa Bay. quick shot. Saved by Vasilevsky. A little bit of rough stuff behind the net. There we go. All right. Face off won by Tampa Bay. Puck out. Shot. No icing there. Ooh. Looks like Montreal's going to get a... Two minutes for boarding for Montreal on Anderson. Let's see this again. So Anderson's going to the dressing room. He looks like he's hurt. So Tampa Bay goes to the power play here. So, of course, Tampa Bay is 0 for 1 on the power play in this one. There we go. Here we go. Tampa Bay cycling the puck around. Shot. Blocked there. Tampa Bay keeps it in. Behind the net. When Montreal's able to fire it down. Go under a minute left on this power play for Tampa Bay. There we go. Tampa Bay now with it. There's no shots on goal for Tampa Bay on this power play so far. Montreal steals it, and they're able to dump it down all the way down to the Tampa Bay end. All right, here comes Radish. Here comes Tampa Bay now. 10 seconds left on the power play. Tampa Bay with it. That's all this. So the power play's over. So no shots on that power play at all for Tampa Bay. And a whistle. 16:56 left in the second period here. Shots are 10-7 in favor of Montreal. All right. Tampa Bay with it. Tampa Bay breaking it out. Dump down into Montreal zone. Puck battle in the corner. Kucherov and Struble kind of going at it a little bit. And there's a whistle. So I'm wondering if there's going to call penalties here. No? Doesn't look like it. All right, face off to the right of Dobesh here. Tampa Bay wins the draw. Kucherov fanned on the shot wide. Tampa Bay keeps it in. No, Montreal with it. Put on the brakes. And that puck's going to go down to center ice. There's JJ Moser. Dobesh with the save, and he covers it. Braden Point with a good chance there. Yeah, great chance there for Point. Face off won by Montreal. Puck dumped down to the Tampa Bay zone. Here we go. Montreal with it. Slavkovsky over Julie. Suzuki keeps it in. Puck goes out the center. Big hit there. Puck escapes into the Tampa Bay zone. Ooh, big hit on Tampa Bay. Looks like it was on Perry, who's lost a stick. Here comes Montreal. Puck out to center. Montreal dumps it in. Here we go. Puck all the way down to Montreal's end. Dobish with it. Passes to Jekai. Montreal with it behind the net. Here comes New Hook. Dumps it down. Tampa Bay regains control of it. Here's Hagel. Moser shot wide. I think Dobish actually got a piece of it. Puck battle along the boards. Back around the net. Matheson up to center. Anderson back on the ice after going to the dressing room briefly. Yeah, great opportunity for Suzuki there. And we're going to a commercial here. All right. Quick look at the game stats here. Shots on goal 10-9 in favor of Montreal. Montreal out hitting Tampa Bay 26-14. Faceoffs are 15-10 in favor of Montreal. Both teams are 0 for 2 on the power play. Tampa Bay with 6 giveaways to Montreal's 2. Both teams each with 3 takeaways. Block shots are 8-6 in favor of Montreal in this one. We're back now. Here we go. 12:52 left in the second period here. Face off won by Tampa Bay. And they're able to clear it. Around the boards. Montreal with it now. Rung around the boards. Montreal with it in their own end. Montreal with it. puck down into the Tampa Bay zone. Puck around the boards. There we go. Montreal saw it, blocked. Montreal with it. Here comes Montreal. Scores! Montreal up 1-0 now. On a goal by Bull Duke. Yeah, Vasilevsky there tried to poke it. Yeah, it looks like it bounced off Bull Duke. And it goes into the net. And Cooper's looking at it. Go puck around the boards. Looks like there's going to be a penalty to Montreal. The Lightning are going to go on the power play now. Around the boards. And we're going to a quick commercial break here. There you go. All right. Give me one quick second here, guys. I'm just getting something. Give me 1 sec here. Justin, good to see you, buddy. Go Habs, go. Yep, go Habs, baby. You guys can still vote in the poll. Type a 1 if you think the Canadiens are going to win. Type a 2 in the chat if you think the Lightning are going to win. No. All right, Tampa Bay. One-timer, missed the net. And the puck's going to go all the way down to the Tampa Bay zone. Shot, blocked, and Montreal is able to dump it down all the way to the Tampa Bay zone. All right, here comes Tampa Bay now. Hagel. Shot off the bar. Gensel, what a chance. Oh, yeah, right off the bar. All right, puck battle in the corner. And that's going to be cleared down to the temp. What's going on here? Talking about Seinfeld on the broadcast here. Talking about Jekai being like Kramer. I don't know what they're chanting right now here in Montreal. Here comes Tampa. Kucherov. Back down to Gensel. There you go. Shot. Saved by Dobish. Gensel's going to the box. Yeah, 2-minute minor for slashing. Yeah, I don't know what Gensel was doing there. Why would you take a little whack at the goalie? So the Montreal are going to the power play. We'll start there. 7:36 left in the second period here. Face off, won by Tampa Bay. Here comes Montreal now. Lane Hudson. Here comes Montreal. In the corner. Back to the point. Shot. Oh. Oh. In front. Loose puck. Montreal with it. Shoot, scores. Cole Caulfield. It's 2-0 Montreal now. Elaboo! Sorry, Irvin. Little bit of fisticuffs. Oh, it looks like Perry's busted open on something. He's getting some work done. Looks like Perry got hit with the puck. Oh, it looks like it was a stick. Ooh. A little bit of a delay here as we figure out what's going on. Ooh, yeah, that looked brutal. .612 left in the second period here. Okay. Long delay here. All right, we're back underway. Looks like puck went over the glass. Looks like it's going to be another penalty here. So Tampa Bay is getting a delay of game penalty here. Rio, Montreal with it. Is that because he in front? Oh, just missed Caulfield there. Puck out pass. Here comes Hagel. Now here comes Montreal again. No. Yeah, we definitely do still hate Perry. Oh my! Whoa! Hudson shot. Oh, that was close. All right, here comes Hudson now. No. Break for Gensel here. Oh, he whiffs on it. Gensel plays it. Mr. Saturday Night does it again. Yeah. Went wide. Lots of boos from the Montreal crowd. Shot saved by Dobish. So we're going to a commercial break here. So as we go to the commercial, let me bring this up. So shots are now 14-12 in favor of Montreal, up 2-0. Goals by Bolduc and Caulfield, Mr. Saturday Night. First goal, Bolduc, assisted by Gouli and Texier. Then, of course, Caulfield, assisted by Suzuki and Lane Hudson on the power play. Hits are still 31-18 in favor of Montreal. Faceoffs 1 for Montreal, 21. Tampa Bay with 14. Of course, Montreal is 1 for 4 on the power play, while Tampa Bay is 0 for 3. 7 giveaways for Tampa Bay. Montreal only 2. Takeaways are 4 even. Block shots are 10-9 in favor of Montreal. So just looking at the penalties here. Obviously, the penalties, a lot of penalties here in the second period compared to the first. 2 minutes for boarding by Josh Anderson, 2 minutes for hooking for Newhook, and then Gensel for slashing, Gergensons for roughing, Nick Paul for roughing, Kirby Doc for roughing, Jekai for roughing, and of course Radish 2 minutes for delay of game. Hey, honey. But did he fill a penalty box? I don't know. Take my chances. So many times, I've been so fast. You change your passion for glory. All right, get ready. Yeah, I know you guys did. All right, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second period here. Tampa Bay able to clear it there. Oh, big hit at the blue line there. Here's Tampa Bay. Loud Olay chant echoing throughout the Bell Center. And here comes Tampa Bay. Oh, crowd reacts to that one. Oh, big hit. Right at center ice. Yeah, Slafkovsky. Yeah, Slafkovsky's going down the tunnel. It's like John Cooper's mad about something. So Montreal's going to the penalty kill, slashing. Oh, yeah, Slafkovsky kind of had his head down. So slashing call on Matheson. Yeah, Slafkovsky really turned into that hit. So Tampa Bay on the power play. Just under 2 minutes left in the second. I totally forgot to update the scoreboard. Oh, looks like there's going to be another penalty on Tampa Bay. It's like Hagel going to the box. Minus 2 minute minor for slashing. You got 4-4 for minute 33. Go. Face off. Okay, Tampa Bay gets it. Montreal steals it. Back to the point. Hudson with it. Back down. New hook. Tampa Bay steals it. And they dump it down. Here comes Gansel. Radish now back to Gansel. Moser. Gansel scores. Et le but. All right, let me update the score now. So we're still 4-on-4. Gensel's first of the playoffs here. Puck in the corner. Battle for it. Shut. Oh! How did that stay out? Whistle. And that's the end of the period, I think. Oh! Just got it on the stick. Gensel missed it. All right, so we're then we go into the third period. Montreal up 2-1 in this one. All right, let me update this. Boom. All right. Take a look at the game stats once again. So shots are 15-14 now in favor of Tampa Bay. Montreal is still out hitting Tampa Bay 33-20. Faceoffs are now 24-15 in favor of Montreal. Montreal is now 1 for 5 on the power play. Tampa Bay 0 for 4. 5 takeaways each. Box shots are 10-8 in favor of Montreal in this one. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 penalties combined in the second period in this one, after only 2 in the first period. Keep in mind, you guys can still vote. Who do you think is going to win this one between Montreal and Tampa Bay? Type a 1 if you think Montreal is going to win. Type a 2 if you think Tampa Bay is going to win. I'm going to quickly do my sponsor read again, since we're in between periods here. So I'd like to start off by thanking my primary and main sponsor, none other than DraftKings Sportsbook, which is, of course, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. No sport flips faster than hockey. One power play, a goalie pulled with 2 minutes left, and everything changes. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is built for that kind of chaos. With live betting from puck drop to the final buzzer, and DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If you place a pregame player prop bet and your player starts the game but leaves in the first period due to injury and doesn't return, you'll get your bet back in cash. No bonus bets, no opt-in, just real protection when injuries happen early. New sportsbook customers bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THPN so you're ready for the moment. That's code THPN. Turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states, void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
This video has been a presentation of both DraftKings Sportsbook as well as the Hockey Podcast Network. Be sure to check out the network for your favorite podcast covering your favorite team at thehockeypodcastnetwork.com, the home of hockey podcasts, where it's every team, everywhere. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here in between intermissions. I will be back. All right, here we go. Third period about to start here. First, Montreal is no. Yeah, Montreal's on the power play here. There you go. Dumped all the way down to the Montreal zone. There's Hudson. Dumped into the Tampa Bay zone. You know, shot. Looked like that was blocked. And there's a whistle. Puck out of play. Looks like Slavkovsky is back for the Montreal Canadiens here. After he took that huge hit. Now, face off to the left of Tampa Bay. Or sorry, left to the left of Vasilevsky. False start there. So they're going to do it again. You know, Tampa Bay with it. Coming down. Looks like there may have been... There's going to be a penalty on Montreal here for high sticking. Penalty against Kapanen. Just going to the box for high sticking. So Tampa Bay is going to go to the power play here. Yeah. Crowd not liking that one. So looked like it may have been a little bit of embellishing on James's part. There comes Tampa Bay now. Braden Point. There's Kucherov back to Point. Over to Hagel. Radish to Gensel. Kucherov with it. Back to Gensel. Back to Kucherov with that one-timer stop. Or it looked like that went off the side of the net. Kucherov over to Radish. Back to Gensel. Over to Kucherov. Back to Gensel. Back to Kucherov. In front, shoots, scores. Hagel ties it up. So Hagel with the goal, and we're all tied up here at 2. Let me update this score. Two minutes into this third period, and we're all tied up. Assisted by Kucherov and Gensel. That goal from Brandon Hagel, his 5th of the playoffs already. A minute 40 into this third period on the power play. dumped down into the Tampa Bay zone. Huge hit behind the net there. Montreal crowd's still letting the referees hear it. Puck on the corner. Round. Here comes Lane Hudson with it. Shot. Ooh, that was close. There we go. Puck down into the Montreal zone. Out in front. Montreal regains possession of the puck now behind the net. Tampa Bay pressuring there. Montreal is able to get it out. Oh. Montreal clears it to center. Here comes Tampa Bay again. Dumped down into the Montreal zone. Dobish. Pass. Here we go. Fired. Oh. Puck down into the corner. Montreal will get it. Struble with it. There's Deneau. And he's able to get it out of the zone. Buckle. There's Tampa Bay with it. Moser up the boards. It's going to go into the Montreal zone. Big bump there. Slavkovsky. Now here comes Montreal. There's Suzuki. That'll exit the zone. Now Montreal with it in their own end. Turnak. Pass up to center. Cirelli. Oh, bless me. Slavkovsky with it. Tried to set up Suzuki there. Oh, I didn't see Urban's comment. Yeah, that's actually a good song. I like it. Justin, incredible. This year's so good. Yeah. Definitely one of the better series is in the playoffs here right now, for sure. You know, face off. Looks like face off was won by point there. Puck down in the Tampa zone. Out, shot wide. Puck down into the Montreal zone. No. Hudson. Kapanen in the corner. Demidov now with it in the corner. Demidov able to keep control of the puck there. Thoughts on Kopitar? I mean, definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. Shot wide. Yeah, definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. Kucherov. Great defensive play there by Montreal against Kucherov. Big hit. Hear the loud cheer from the crowd. Great shot. Oh! Blocked. See Kopitar and Doughty's first playoff game in person. Nice. One-timer, missed the net. Matheson, 97.4 mile an hour slap shot there. Nice one. 3-2 in overtime. Suzuki up. Now here comes Montreal. Shots are now 17-16 in favor of Tampa Bay. Icing on Tampa Bay. Yeah, nice little stick play there by Lane Hudson. Man, he's good. Oh, man, that was close. All right, Montreal wins the faceoff, but Tampa Bay is able to get it, and it's dumped down into the Montreal zone. It's like may have been a too many men penalty that was missed there on Tampa. You heard the crowd react to it. No, around the boards. Back down. Montreal intercepts that pass there. Tampa Bay gets it. Oh, looks like shot. Dobish with the save. On the boards. Montreal's able to get it out. Oh, no. Tampa Bay. Jurgensen shot wide. Tampa really pressuring here right now. And Montreal is able to clear it. Full minute in the O-zone for the Tampa Bay Lightning there on that play. Goncalves there, pass out. Montreal gets it out. Now here comes Montreal. Oh. Pass up by Tampa Bay. They get past center. Dump down into the Montreal zone. Tampa Bay with it. Kopitar is definitely a Hall of Famer, a true professional, and what a career. Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear anyone say anything bad about Kopitar. All right, Tampa Bay now breaking out with it. Looks like Montreal is getting another penalty, high stick on Gensel. So Tampa Bay is going to the power play once again. Yeah, looks like the stick caught Gensel in the chin. All right, 9:16 left in this third period. Tie game. Montreal leading the series 2-1. Oh. Trying to get the stats here, but it's not loading. So I'm going to quickly go to NHL.com instead. The game center. Here we go. Just waiting for it to load. All right. Urban says, as I mentioned on CCC, I always think of what Luc Bourdon's career could have been after Kopitar. Comes to mind. Definitely. Okay, shots on goal per period, 9-6 for Montreal in the first, 10-5 for Tampa Bay in the second, and so far in this third period, only 3 shots between the two teams, 2 for Montreal, 1 for Tampa Bay. Kucherov with a great chance there. Puck in the corner, big hit on Tampa Bay. Montreal, is able to just barely clear it. Tampa Bay unable to keep it in. Now here comes Tampa Bay. Hagel. Kucherov walking in, shot blocked, and here comes Jake Evans from Montreal, shorthanded. Puck goes wide. Kucherov is down. Kucherov is down. Almost dead silence in the arena right now. Oh, that was such a close chance there for Gensel. So there's wondering if this is going to be a major or not. 2-minute minor for cross-checking. So it's going to be a 2-minute penalty on Evans for cross-checking. So Tampa Bay is getting I'm going to have a minute 11 2-man advantage. And here we go. Here's Gensel. Kucherov is not on the ice right now. And Montreal is able to get it out. Kucherov is back out on the ice. Yeah, you can tell the fans are not happy that Kucherov is back. Shot, rebound. Great save there by Dobish. Kucherov with it. Down low. There's Kucherov. Back over to Kucherov. Gensel not able to get that cleanly. Montreal's able to get it, and they were able to clear it. About 10 seconds left on this 2-man advantage for Tampa Bay. Penalty is coming to an end, so in front. Point with that. Montreal is able to clear it, and that goes all the way down to the Tampa Bay zone. Less than 30 seconds left in this power play for Tampa Bay. Here comes Montreal. Oh, errant pass just out of the reach. Around the boards. And Montreal is able to kill it. As Justin says in the chat, big kill for Montreal there. This crowd is on their feet. Now here comes Demidov. Stopped by Vasilevsky. This crowd is going crazy right now. That's Montreal for you. Kept in by Montreal. In front. Oh, missed. Big hit at center ice there from Montreal on Tampa Bay. And then Hudson that. Now here comes Montreal. They're able to dump it down into the Tampa zone. Loud "Go Habs Go" chant echoing throughout the Bell Center. Suzuki takes a big hit. What was it? Kucherov scores. No, it looks like that's Hagel. And Tampa Bay takes the lead. with 4:53 left in the third period. Tampa Bay takes a 1-goal lead. Yeah, Kucherov with the initial shot that went off of Hagel. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. Sixth goal of the playoffs for Hagel, assisted by Kucherov and Moser. .453 left in this third period. Can Montreal tie it up to send this game to overtime for a fourth consecutive game? We shall see. And there's a whistle. Looks like puck may have gone out of play. We're going to do a little break here. So again, that was Hagel's second goal of the game. Remember, he's the one who tied the game up back earlier on in the third period, a minute 40 in on the power play, also assisted by Kucherov. And then he gives the Tampa Bay Lightning a 3-2 lead on a deflection at 15:07 of the third period. Shots in the third period are now 4-4 for both sides. Total shots are 20-18 in favor of Tampa Bay. Face-off percentage is 62% for Montreal, 31 for 50, or out of 50. Tampa Bay, 19 out of 50, a 38% on the face-off dot. Montreal, 1 for 5 on the power play. Tampa Bay, 1 for 7. And hits are 44-25 in favor of Montreal. Block shots are 12-10 in favor of Montreal. Giveaways, 14 giveaways for Tampa Bay in this one to Montreal's 4. Montreal with 8 takeaways and Tampa Bay with 5. Of course, first game of the series, Montreal won by a score of 4-3 in overtime, and then Tampa Bay won game 2, 3-2 in overtime, and then of course Montreal won it 3-2 in overtime a couple of days ago, and of course this one 3-2 score. So for the last 3 games, this has been the score in the games. 3-2 has been the magical score. Can Montreal tie it up? So Ariel, we're back here. And just under 5 minutes left in this one. Around the boards in the Tampa Bay zone. Oh, Evans was taken out and looks like no call. And then a big hit by Hagel. And then Deneau flattened Hagel right afterwards. Puck behind the net. There we go. Montreal with it in their own end. Goulet up to Slavkovsky. That's unable to keep it in. Slavkovsky in front. Bouncing puck there. All right, Tampa Bay is able to take it again. Puck around the boards. Montreal with it. Behind the net. There comes Montreal. Suzuki. Carrier with it now. And Tampa Bay is able to clear it. Comes Hagel. Seat goes flying. Looks like it broke. Ooh. Montreal trying to. It looks like there's going to be a whistle. And Kucherov is going to the box. So it looks like Montreal is going to the power play. So Montreal is going to the power play. 2:33 left in the third period. So let's see if Montreal will be able to capitalize on this power play with Kucherov in the box and tie this game up. I think this is Montreal's biggest chance here on the power play. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, Tampa Bay or Montreal is 1 for 5 on the power play in this one. Only a 20%. Mind you, Tampa Bay's got a 14.3% on the power play. Hits are now at 46-27 in favor of Montreal. So Montreal really thrown the body in this one. So here we go. So here we go. Final 2.5 minutes left in this game. Can Montreal tie it up? So Hagel's got 6 goals in this one. There's Montreal with it. Back to Hudson. Caulfield with it. One-timer. And the puck goes out of play. You know. No, Surly needs a new stick, so there we go. Face off between Suzuki and Surly. Montreal with that. Down. Across. Loose puck. And Vasilevsky is able to pounce on it. 2:07. No, I don't think I remember that one. But Hagel's really proven to be a great player for Tampa Bay. What was the package, Swerve? Yeah, offside on Montreal. Minute 30 left on the power play for Montreal. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes left in this third period now. Oh, it was like 4 picks. Real. Montreal with it. Down low. Back to the point. Now Dobish goes to the bench. So it's 6-on-5. Or no, sorry, 6-on-4. Montreal. Suzuki. Back to the point. Back to Suzuki. Down low. Back to Suzuki. Shot. Saved by Vasilevsky. So Marty St. Louis is taking his timeout. So it says Tampa Bay Lightning acquired forward Brendan Hagel from the Chicago Blackhawks for a major haul, including 2 first-round draft picks in 2023 and 2024. Forwards Boris Katchouk and Taylor Radish. Tampa also received 4th-round picks in 2022 and 2024. So Chicago received a 2023 first-round pick that was top 10 protected. They received a 2024 first-round pick that was also top 10 protected. And then Boris Katchouk and Taylor Radish. Chicago ended up selecting Oliver Moore in 2023 and Sasha Boisvert in 2024. And of course, Hagel signed an 8-year extension in 2023 with the Lightning. So there we go, off the face-off. Montreal with it. Suzuki, down low, back to Suzuki. Back to the point. Back to Suzuki. Fake the shot. Shot. Missed the net. Hudson with it. Back to Suzuki. Back to Hudson. The Demidov with a blast wide. Hudson with a quick shot. Blocked by Cirelli. Hagel missed the empty net there. Here comes Montreal now. Hudson with it. Round the net. Back to the point. Suzuki with a shot. Looks like that went up and out of play. 27.4 seconds left in this third period. Montreal still with the net empty. So the penalty's over. Montreal now 1 for 6 on the power play, but Montreal to the point. Shot. And that's going to go, and that's going to end it. So Tampa Bay Lightning come back from down 2-1, and they tie up the series. So series is now 2-2. Final shots in this game, 20-18 in favor of Tampa Bay. Third period, only 4 shots for both sides. Although, let me quickly see if this will update. Yeah, 4 shots even in the third period for both sides. Although that, again, might update. Final hits in this one, 48-28 for Montreal. All right, now that the Montreal and Tampa Bay game is over, that's going to do it for this doubleheader, Avalanche versus Kings, Canadiens versus Lightning. Thank you guys for those of you that joined. And we'll obviously do this again. I don't know about doing another doubleheader, but we will definitely do another watch party in the coming days. I'll let you guys know in my community tab. Once again, thank you guys for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next watch party. Let me just get rid of the banner. All right. Yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next watch party.